negative. So it's negative 20, no, negative 18 Celsius, negative 20 Fahrenheit. Let's look outside at the beautiful weather, though. Look at this. Sunshine. Look how it lights up the hills. Makes the plants happy. So Bucky was here this morning. That was nice, wasn't it? Oh, look, those are the tracks from the turkeys. Hard to see. I have an idea. I'm going to put the corn on the deck, and then I'll watch them from upstairs. All right, we got to get the fire going. Oh, but I should have a prayer first, okay? Let's have a prayer. We'll sit in the sun and get yourself comfortable. Okay, here we go. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for being there. Thank you for blessing us with so many things. Thank you for letting us know that we are thy children, that we come from thee. Bless us with so many things. Thou hast blessed us with so many things, most of which we don't feel that we have deserved. Thank you so much for loving us as we are. Thank you for letting us know that we are worth much to thee, in spite of whatever we do or don't do. Thank you for all thy unconditional love and patience, and all the millions of blessings, our socks to keep our feet warm, and our wood stoves to warm up our homes, the food in our pantries so we can make cookies for other people and give them away. Thank you for our creative ideas. We know that all these ideas come from thee, and we're so grateful to thee that we can tap into this amazing knowledge. Please inspire me. Please inspire me to do things that will be useful. I would love to warp my loom. Please help me to have the interest and incentive to do it. And help us today to choose good ideas. Please help me to have enough food for the animals around me. Thank you so much for the deer that came to the door this morning. Years and years ago, my sister had deer at her windows, and I remember wishing that I could have that. And now, of course at the time I had a dog, but now that has helped me so much in letting the animals come so close to our home. Especially this beautiful buck. I think that's a buck that was little, that was raised here. Well, not by me or anything, but he and his mother. And thank you for the turkeys that thou hast sent, and all the woodpeckers and the little birds. Please help me to take good care of them. Help me to think of ways to do things nice for the people I can't see, my grandchildren, or they're in school. And thank you for blessing the children that they can go to school again. Please keep everybody safe. Thank you that Omicron is not as terrible as the first ones. Thank you so much for helping us to appreciate the things that we have and to learn how to make do and stretch our money. Thank you for helping us to do so many things that are good for us and good for others. Please help me to make bread for people. I just got that idea, so I'm imagining it's from thee. I suppose I should teach people how to make bread today. It's a lot of work. I have to wear a mask so I don't get sick from the flour. Maybe I'll do a lot of baking today. First I have to light the fire. I really don't like doing the dishes, but please help me to have the interest to do them and the incentive and the strength. And please bless all those people out there that are in pain, that can't get up out of their chairs very often because their knees are terrible or their back hurts or they have shooting pain down their legs. Please bless all these people that they might find joy in doing the things that they can do while their bodies go the way of all the earth. Thank you so much for giving me new hips. That was such an amazing thing 5 years ago. I am so grateful, Heavenly Father. I've forgotten what it was like. Isn't that a miracle? For years, it was getting worse, and I could only sit in my chair at the end. I could do a little bit, but I just sat around and watched Lois and Clark videos. Thank you so much for blessing us with sunshine and that the seasons change. And as the climate changes, please keep us safe from the extremes of weather that we're getting. Please bless us all that we might not have forest fires or floods or tornadoes or hurricanes or earthquakes or volcanoes that cause us to lose our homes. Bless us that we can bless those who have lost things. Help us to make soap and give it to them, or to make bread or cookies or whatever we can do to help those around us who are struggling. And help us to share our firewood with those who need firewood, who weren't able to get firewood last summer. Thank you so much for blessing us with a source of wood and at such a reasonable price. Thank you for blessing us with the money to be able to buy these things and to go to the grocery store. Thank you for the food storage that we have on hand. Thank you for teaching me how to make hummus from scratch and all these other things from scratch. I'm grateful for the years I spent on the farm with my ex-husband, when I learned how to make do and live on almost nothing. Farming certainly wasn't very lucrative. I'm so grateful that Thou hast given me Willem. Please bless those out there who don't have such wonderful spouses, who are criticized, and who are in pain, and who feel hated. Bless them that they might feel Thy love for them. Bless them that they might know that Thou dost hear their prayers, no matter how hollow and empty they sound. Bless them that they might have courage and faith and be able to find ways to change the situations to make them livable or wonderful. I'm so grateful that Thou gave me permission to leave my first husband, because I couldn't survive there. It was so painful. It was so awful. Thank you so much for the love in my home, and that I am all accepted completely for who I am, and that Willem understands that everybody has faults, and I'm so grateful for him and his kindness towards me. And please forgive me for my unkindness at times and my backseat driving. And please help me to see when I'm acting in the wrong way and when I'm irritable. Please help me to notice it and realize and figure out why and find ways to change before I get stuck in these ruts. I know when I feel bad or irritable, it's really hard to get out of it. And now, as it's middle of February, it's the coldest, darkest month of the year generally. Well, maybe January, maybe December is. Anyway, bless us that we might have light, that we might have those lights to put in front of us, that we can feel uplifted by the light, and that we might have sunshine break through the dark, dreary clouds. And on this cold morning, bless those that are outside. Help them to be able to stay warm and help them not to get frostbite. When I grew up, I knew nothing of winter. I knew nothing of putting things away for the winter or getting ready for it or preparing for the snow to cover everything or to have to stay indoors. It was such a different world than I lived in Georgia, where it just rained in the winter. Thank you so much for the experiences that I've had, from which I've gained wisdom. Thank you for blessing us all with experiences. Please bless us that we can make good use of these experiences. We can count up our trials and see from each one what godly characteristics Thou hast provided a way for us to obtain as we deal with the different challenges. And help us to remember that it's not supposed to be fair, that we are each being educated by Thee, by the trials that come to us, either by our own making or by others, or just because we're on the earth. And as our bodies age, everybody's aging. As we age, bless us that we might look with joy at our anatomy lessons and learn all we can, and try to take whatever lemons life has given us and make lemonade. Help us to figure out ways to lessen our pain and exercises that will help us to strengthen those areas that hurt so that they won't hurt, or how to stretch in ways that will relieve our sciatica or all the other pains. Help us to be gentle with ourselves. Help us to be kind to one another and to ourselves, and to think of Thee. And we're so grateful that it's not just a matter of how we think about things, is that what the things, the blessings that we get, but that they come from Thee, the source of all that is good and holy and light and true. We're so grateful for Thee. Please help us to ignore the rest of the calamities on the earth and do the good and love one another and not judge. It's really hard when you feel misunderstood. Please bless us with ways to deal with these things, to understand that all things will be made right, all things will be fair, made fair, all broken things will be repaired, and our bodies will one day be perfect, and we will live in them with lots of strength and energy and be able to run and not be weary and walk and not faint. Thank you so much for the way all of our bodies work, all the organs and how most everything works all the time. And we don't even notice it until they start to go wrong. Thank you so much for the people that watch my videos and that subscribe and that put these little thumbs ups. Thank you so much for blessing me with such an abundance here while I live out in the wilderness without much contact with people. I'm so grateful to Thee for all our blessings. Please help me to remember to say thank you and to see Thy hand in all things today and to notice the miracles in my life. The first of which being the inspiration to make bread. So I'll do that now because I suppose it's from Thee. Well, I know it's from Thee because I would never think of it myself. I wouldn't want to do that. And bless me as I do it, that I won't hurt, that I won't cause myself pain. And these things we pray in the name of Jesus Christ, our beloved Savior. Amen. Oh, sorry, you got a little tipped over there. Well, you had your eyes closed anyway, so nobody knew. Oh, my arm is not so good. But it has been good for many, many, many days. And so if today it decides not to feel good, well, that's so be it, right? Boy, look at the light on my chair. Oh. I still haven't lit the fire. So I guess that's the first thing to do, light the fire. I'll light the fire, and you place the flowers in the pot. I wonder if the birds have enough to eat. Here's Harry. Or is it Harriet? Oh, maybe it's Harriet. Where'd she go? She was right there. Let's check and make sure they've got enough food. Oh, potatoes need to be turned over. Bag of bags needs to go back to the car. Oh, you need some food, don't you guys? It says Sneezy Day. Zneezy. Sneezy. It means very cold. Now, where's that little container I had? Ah. Well, I put it in the... Oh, I see. It's gone. I put it in the sled yesterday. Whew, can't stay out here long. You know how to make one of these, right? You take a container and you cut the top and the front off. I'll light the fire. And did you also know that ashes make things not slippery? You take the ashes and you spread it on the ground where you have to walk. Also, do you know that trees are not cold when it's frozen outside? Good morning. How's my little chickadee? Yes, it's going to be springtime, you're right. Hello. You're welcome. Whew. All right. Hello, hello. Well, I haven't done much. Hi, Susan. I'm so glad you're here again. I love it when you're here. Look, 5 other people, 6 people are here. Well, 5 other people. I have to play this song. Hold on. I'll light the fire. I'm going to plug you up. I'm going to put you in your little stand. Oops, your stand fell. I'll light the fire. And you place the flowers in the vase. Get you in this thing. That's what it looks like. That's where you're going to be. Right there. But this thing has to go up. And that has to go like that. I'm learning. Okay, so first we're going to see if it's in tune. Oh, light the fire. Oh, what did you say? I love being here. Oh, so you're so sweet. Ah, bless your heart. Takes one to know one. Oh, there it is. Can hear those woo. Listen to that. It doesn't have much, but this one, hear how full that is? But see how short and little that one was? So, hear how full that is? It gets to be. I don't know if that's right. I don't think so. Nah. Now when when the last one is also full, then it's really untuned. So that sounds really big, right? When I do it, if I hit this note and it's not high enough, then I can tighten it and it goes higher. Tighten this little one. Okay, I don't know where that starts. We won't worry about that right now. I can't find the note because if it's not one of those main notes, if it's in between them, then I have to start on a different note to find it. I need ashes today to put outside on the ice. There's a lot of ice out there. I'm gonna move you closer. There you go. You like that? Is that close enough? Probably not. How about that? Ha ha ha. I'm going to push everything to the back. It's best with this one for some reason. Well, you wouldn't think so because it's so narrow, right? The dust will go in and be sucked up the chimney if I do it properly. Those are hot. I don't want the paper to ignite. You okay with the wood stove too? Every wood stove is different, isn't it? This is very dry wood. This is several years old. Leave it alone. If you drill holes in each side of the can, of those ash cans, then you can add a wire handle to them. What a good idea. Oh, we have one of these trolls here. Good morning, Jeffrey Wayne Creech Jr. Jeffrey Wayne Creech Jr. That's quite a mouthful, isn't it? Okay, so what are we doing next? Let's go, so I have to unplug you. It's always a bad idea, but I had a plug here and I took the wire out. I had a plug over here and I took it away. Oh, here's one. We can use this one today. So, sorry, I'm pulling this apart. So let's make bread. Why not? Now you're going to need a longer cord than this, aren't you? I mean, you've got 100% battery right now, so it shouldn't matter. But let's get ready. Now, I could either clean my house or I could make bread. I can't do them both because I will be out of energy. See, that's important to notice those things. These go by our chairs in the living room. It's not to be sit and eat them. Okay then. Now we do have one thing that has to be cleaned up. What did you just say? Hello, Susan. How is everyone doing? We're fine. Jeffrey, where are you? Jeffrey Wayne Creech Jr. That's like the second, right? Okay, bread. Now, I haven't made bread in years. Absolutely years. So, let's start it. So, that's going to take hours. So, we'll just have to do it little by little. So, we'll start by cleaning the table. Because the table still has clay on it from playing with the children. I think one of these big chairs with the big arms don't really work well on this table. So this table used to be very beautiful and smooth. This is pottery clay. Too much playing, right? Maybe that's the chair that should go upstairs. Ah, look, the water is warm now. Okay, so with a different cloth, it has no clay on it. Wipe the table off again. The clay will dry and you'll have a white film everywhere. Look, we bought hummus. Can you imagine? Because I felt lazy. Okay, now we shall dry the table. Actually, this still got stuff on it. Hey, you know my coat? I bleached my coat the other day, remember? My daughter chastised me, never put dish soap in the washing machine. You'll ruin the motor. I did have to restart the machine, or whatever. It did trip the switch. But it got, so once I remember I took it outside and I hosed it down to get all the multitude of bubbles off of it. And then I bleached it. I sprayed bleach, you know, in the spray bottle I had made from spraying the cushions. Thought that was a good idea to put bleach in a spray bottle. Anyway, so I sprayed my coat with bleach and put it in again, and look at it. Want to see this? Look at this. Huh. I mean, it still has problems, but I don't have to dye it brown. Pretty cool. Actually, I think we have to use the razor to get all this other stuff off of the table. Oh, the paint. We've also been painting here. Play, 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 right? That was when he was... It's been a few weeks, you know. This is pretty delinquent, eh? And imagine telling the whole world how delinquent you are. This is how to make bread. Imagine such a thing as that. Okay. Now we'll get a clean washcloth and we'll do the whole thing over. How to clean the table. Yes, indeed. I haven't made bread in years, but I think this is important that people know how to make bread if they want to learn. But it would be good not to have it in the middle of another video, wouldn't it? Now, I don't know how much flour I have actually. I have enough to make the usual size of bread I used to make. Okay, so first we get out our bread bowl. This is my bread bowl. It's been holding onions for years. Got little bits of onions in it. Okay. Step 1, get a bowl. Step 2, figure out how much flour you have. I have enough flour. It's going to be white bread. Is there any more? I think I'll hold back some so I can make cookies. Okay, so first thing you do is you put some water in. And the thing to remember is it doesn't matter how much water you put in. You know, like if you're going to make 4 loaves, maybe a quart or maybe more. But you put in some water, and then if you've got a lot of flour, it doesn't matter because you're going to use enough flour to take up the water, right? Okay, so first we're going to start with making the sponge. So you use warm water, but wait, this water is, let's not use that water because that's been salted. What is it called? Softened. I know. Isn't that perfect? I would love to learn how to make bread. It's been a long time and I use it a lot. Yes. Is that Cajun Transplant? Hello, hello. I'm just so glad to see you again. Oh, I had such a wonderful time when I was at your house. How are you? How are you? How are you? I'm going to make bread. It's so nice to see you. And I know where you work. That's very nice that you've still got a job and you're still working there and all that. Okay, so let's make bread. So first we're going to use some warm water. I'm waving at you too. The Cajun transplant. She's awesome. She taught me how to open a crab. Do you remember that? If you look back, the videos are there. We went crabbing, went with her husband. Mary was with me, my cousin. She and we went crabbing. We put pieces of chicken and threw them in the water, in the bay or whatever it was, the inlet, and had a string on them. And then when the string, when it moved or something, then you knew that there was a crab on it. You pulled it up and you put the crab in a bucket. And she showed us how to open the crabs. And they have pig's lips. They sell pig's lips in Louisiana. Yeah, you were camera shy. Yeah. It's so nice to see you. I'm so glad you're still out there and kicking around. Okay, so let's do this. So I've warmed up this a bit. And so we'll just see how much we've got in there. This is my tea. It is peppermint, but it tastes like anyway, it's very good tea. So put that in there, and then the next thing you need is you're going to make a sponge. So you use water. Now I've done it with just water, wheat, and yeast. Okay, let's make bread. Oh, you felt like royalty. I felt so bad because we stayed for a week because I was so sick. I got heat stroke or heat something. After that, I've never been able to go south in the summer. It was just way too hot. Okay, so we've got some of this. And now if you want to, you can add a sweetener. I've always used molasses, so let's just use molasses. Where's the molasses? Up here. Back in the olden days, I used to buy molasses from the feed mill. You could get it really cheap from the feed mill. So I would always put in about that much molasses, maybe a half a cup. I don't know how much water that is, maybe 2 quarts. No, maybe 1 quart, I don't know. So put in some of that. Never use salt because it inhibits the rising of yeast. So add the salt at the very end. Okay, now do I have yeast? This may be a little tricky. I haven't used it in so long. But wait. You think there is yeast here somewhere? Here it is. Look at that. Keep your yeast in the freezer and never buy the little packages, the little Fleischmann's packages, because they've been on the shelf for a very long time. So this water should be just little warm, but not hot at all. Okay, so then you add some flour. Now I'm going to have to get a mask on because I don't want to breathe this stuff in. So I'll just take out one of these good masks. Because I get a lot of back pain if I breathe flour. Okay, so here's the new Nancy. This is what I look like. Okay, so we'll take some of this and we'll take a whisk. I should have gotten that great big whisk. There was a big whisk at the store and I thought I needed it, but I didn't get it. Okay. So you start with just enough to start making usually you do it 1 cup at a time and then you whisk it in. Oh, this brings back memories. Wow. Okay, now can you see much? Let's bring the table to you. There. How's that? Oh, I better close the fire down. Has it lit? No, it still hasn't caught yet, so I have to wait. So let's get our 1 cup out. And we will add it a cup at a time. And you need 2 tablespoons of yeast for 4 loaves of bread. So put in some yeast. That's about 2 tablespoons. You might want to use a bread book to get exactly the recipe. Now you can also add oil. Oil, you would add about 1/2 cup of oil, but it doesn't matter what kind of oil. This is avocado oil. Hi Regina, so nice to see you. I'm going to teach you how to make bread today. Of course you probably know, but for those who don't know, let's put on an apron so we don't get too dirty. This is my pottery apron, so I'll turn it backwards so I don't get clay on myself, clay on my hands and onto the stuff. Okay, I have a mask on because of if I breathe the flour in, I'm wrecked. Okay, so I'll add another cup of flour. So we're mixing up the sponge now. So my recipe is the Tasahara bread recipe. Tasajahara. Tasahara was a place in California back in the 70s. Okay, then when it's like a thick mud, which is, this is kind of like a thick mud. I've never tried to use white bread in years. It was always whole wheat. I have my wheat, which I used to grind in the mill, but so when it's a thick but beatable mud, like that, I guess, then you beat it 100 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21. Getting scrape the sides now and then. 22, 23. Yeah, you add a little at a time. 4, 25, 26, 27, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41. So 71, 72, 73. So you probably don't have to do it this many times if it's white flour. 5, 6, 7, 80, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Okay, so then you leave it in some place warm. So I usually proof the oven. So I turn on the oven. And I just turn it on for a few minutes. And then okay, let's see where, the yeast is in there with the flour and the molasses and the water. It moves the table, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. Okay, so now it's just slightly warm. Okay, so I'll put it in here and I'll let it hang out for a bit. Okay, and then I'll turn it to the very lowest. Actually, you can just turn it off, actually. It only goes down to 170. So I'll leave it at that for a little while, and then I'll turn it off. Okay, so now that that's happening, let's make some cookies. Shall we? Okay, so now we need a regular bowl. Now these are not going to be the kind of cookies that, hey, you know what? I should make Christmas stollen. I have always loved watching Nancy cooking or baking. She's amazing at it. Bless your heart. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so let's make Christmas stollen because I never made it. And the kids would love it. Okay, so we look up in the front of the book. No, it's in the back of the book. You see? Oh, no, wait. That's cinnamon oatmeal cookies. Let's see the front of the book. That's Sally's molasses cookies and chocolate chip cookies. You know, this book has been around a while, and it's looking like one of those old books from grandmother's, you know? I thought I had it put in the front of the book. Maybe that was the last edition of this book. So it's not under cookies or Christmas stollen, it's under stollen. S-T. So we'll make bread and Christmas stollen. What do you think? S. Soybean. Look, oh wow. Soybean cake, casserole, curd, flour, green, paste, roast. Okay, stollen. S-T-O-L-L-E-N, page 620 of The Joy of Cooking, which is the most amazing cookbook. What was it? 620. I should have memorized that by now. I've made it. How many years have we been married? I've made it since I was 21. Every Christmas I made Christmas stollen. I guess I do have some cool traditions. I'm 66. I was 21. So that's 39 years. So I've made it 39 times. That's getting to be a lot. Sometimes I didn't do it. 620. You know, I should put a little tab on the book. Why don't I just do that? Let me get a little piece of masking tape and I'll put a little tab here. It's just over here. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that's where you were looking. So I'll put stollen on this tape. S-T-O-L-L-E-N. 2 L's. And then I shall make a little tab. Just bend it in half. So it says stollen there. And then I'll put it on the... Goodbye, Jeffrey. Are you leaving? Oh, you're writing all this down for making bread. I'll have to test this out tomorrow and let you know how it comes out. Well, there's also, if you look on my former videos, there are also, so let's take this 620. Where's the page? The page is gone. 618 to 622. Well, let's see if it's put in the book. It's not here. Well, let's see. How else can I do this? Do I have another copy of this book? Maybe it's up here in the cupboard. I do have pages up here. I'll need sugar. Well, it's just like making a cake. Okay, let's go search for the page, okay? I can't have lost it because that would not work. Turn you around. Okay. We're looking for loose pages. Not there. Okay, let's check in this cupboard. Squirrel is here. I don't see any loose pages there. How about here? Huh. Oh, there's the old book. Okay. That's good. All will be well. Okay, let's see. What? 6:14? Where's the rest of the book? Oh, but this is the one I wrote it in the front cover of, didn't I? Ha 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 ha. Perfecto. No, that's cherry snowballs. Look, to Nancy on her wedding, December 28, 1977. I'm giving this to you because I received the joy of cooking in 1951 when I married Daddy, and it was my cooking Bible until Daddy gave me the Betty Crocker cookbook for our first anniversary. Lots of good eating and entertaining. Love, Mother. Pizza, that was written by Abe. Look at that. All right, zucchini bread. Darn. Well, the other half of the book is going to be here somewhere. That's all there is to it. All right, so it's somewhere down here. Oh, look, another joy of cooking. Yes! Oh, life is good. Thank you, Heavenly Father. I have been well blessed. This is my mother's copy. Her third or fourth copy. Like mine, 620. Look at that. I've used it before. Okay, Christmas stollen. Have 6 to add to BC. I don't know. 6 to 8 cups of all-purpose flour. Combine and let stand for 3 to 5 minutes. 1/2 cup of water or milk. 2 packages of dry yeast. Okay, a package has a tablespoon in it. So 1.5 cups of water or milk. And then you add sprinkle of the little sift of flour over raisins, almonds, candied fruits. Beat in butter, sugar, eggs, salt. Do I have any eggs? I think I do. And do I have any butter? That's the last. Oh, there's some butter. And there's some eggs over there. Okay. Now, let's see. Scarlett doesn't use regular flour anymore. Well, I'm going to just make it out of regular flour. This has a little dust in this. Okay, I'm going to turn this off so it won't get too warm. Oh, it's nice and warm. So we'll turn it off now. Look at all that beautiful silver. Wouldn't it be nice if I washed it and cleaned off my stove? Okay, so here we go. So we get another bowl, another container. Actually, the big glass bowl is the best. Where is it? Things end up in the wrong place, you know. And then I don't know where they are anymore. It's not here. Maybe it's got something like a plant in it or something. Okay, so first we're going to do 1.5 cups of water or milk. We'll use water. We'll get a different 1.5 cups container if we have one. And we don't. This is 1 cup, isn't it? I think so. Take the lid off it. 1.5 cups of water or milk. So we have to use the water from in here because it's not. Oh, I hear the fire roaring. All right. It's not that warm, but it will do. I could nuke it, but it's probably not. Yeah, I wonder where it went. I remember I did have something sitting in it for a long time. There it is, right there. All right, well, let's get this a little bit warmer. Let's measure it first. I guess I'm going to have to use this container. 1. I never do this. I don't follow this part of the recipe. I just put it all in together. 1.5 cups. Let's put it in that glass container. Look at that, 1. And this holds just about 1.5 cups. Let's nuke it for a second. See, we have 2 of these now, so that 1 is for the potatoes and 1 is for the vegetables. And it's not wrecked. What is that? Piece of plastic. We don't want that in there. Okay, we'll just put it in for 10 seconds. Okay. Little longer. Oops. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Put it in for another 10. Yep, it's just a little bit lukewarm. Okay, so we take this and 2 tablespoons of yeast. Wow, that looks like that's all there is. I don't want to do it with that because I'll lose a lot. The purpose of this is to make sure that it's going to rise. But since I get mine frozen, oh, you did. Oh, how lovely. Pancakes for breakfast. I made pancakes a million times, didn't I? All right, so now what? Add 1 cup of the flour. So combine that and let it stand for 3 to 5 minutes. All right, well, that's easy. Timer. Okay. And now, add 1 cup of the flour. Cover the sponge and let it rest in a warm place until light and foamy, about 1 hour. Sprinkle a little of the sifted flour over raisins, almonds, candied fruits. Okay, so let's see what kind of stuff we've got in here. We have dates. Running out of room. We have dates, and we have some little black raisins in here. We have sultanas, and we have these kind, currants. Anything else? Dates and raisins. What else did I used to add? Sunflower seeds. Oh, we have figs. Let's have figs. Okay, so now we have to chop all those things up and mix them together. Now it's going to want 1/2 pound. So a pound is about 2 cups generally. And we'll just say a cup of each. Raisins, almonds, and 1/2 cup of candied fruit. Well, we have to go close the fire down. Thank you for lighting. Very grateful for that. My birds would love that drawer. Okay. So let's... Yeah, I turned my oven off where it's rising. Okay, you're going to have to go somewhere important. Oops, wrong way. Okay. I guess we should put these away. Make ourselves a little room. All right. Well, you're not going to need this one, I guess. Not yet. That's for cookies later. Okay, and we're going to need a chopping board. But mine is dirty. I'll use this one. Okay. I don't usually make just one batch of anything. This is strange. Okay, so then we add, so we've got our currants. I'm going to rinse them off. I'll just put water in it. I don't know if you can rinse them to remove the sulfur or not. I think that's pretty important anyway. So I'm just putting some in the bag and shaking it around here. Okay, so add a cup of raisins, and we'll add, let's make some figs. You know, these figs are like $2 at the dollar store, $2.50. Of course, I don't know if that's a good price or not, but I thought that was pretty good. Whenever I make these, I feel like I'm making fig Newtons, or like we're eating fig Newtons, you know? Okay. Oh, it's 0 Fahrenheit out there, or -20 Celsius. No, -18. So the deck is making all these lovely noises as the wood expands, or I guess shrinks. Has it been a minute already? I wonder how long between each time it does that. Okay, so we've got some of that, and we're going to add some dates. Is there one that's open? There's always one that's open. Oh, we have walnuts too. Okay, we'll have these dates. know if you can get sulfur off of your, out of the raisins? So that was about a minute, wasn't it? Okay. Timer. Okay, so now we'll do what it said to do after a short amount of time. We will add 1 cup of the flour. I keep touching my hair. Put it up. Okay, so 1 cup of flour. We'll add to that. Maybe you'd like to come closer. Okay, so we'll finish cutting these up. That's the clock. Must be 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock? 10 o'clock? What's the time? 10 o'clock. Have you ever made fruit cake? Fruit cake is like cake with as much dried fruit as you can fit into it. It's really good. I haven't made fruit cake for years. Bet I could make that with almond flour. Okay, so I've got figs and dates and currants. Okay, we're not going to use the rest of them. Okay, so now cover this sponge and rest it in a warm place until light and foamy. Should probably do it with a whisk because it's, well, no, then I'll just have to take it off. Okay, so I'll put it in the oven with the other stuff. I'll set it on this so it doesn't fall. Okay, and here we go again. So 1/2 pound of raisins, 1/2 pound of chopped almonds. Almonds, we have almonds. Let's see where the almonds are now. Raisins, oatmeal. Oh, there they are back there. Uh-oh. Chopped almonds. So the chopping, that will be fun. Luckily I have this new replacement of that thing I broke. Ta-da! A bullet. Almost 9 there. Okay. Okay. Let me just make sure. Your birds would love that drawer. Okay, so, oh no, Nancy, did you turn off your oven? I did. I always kneaded my dough by hand a few times to work the gluten so I'd have lighter bread. Yes, I would do that. Well, it's not that far yet. My chat stopped working sometimes back. I had to refresh. I'm sorry to hear that. I've been trying to be very good about not going far away. I don't really like wearing this mask when I'm cooking. But if it keeps my back from hurting, it'll be really worth it. Because I really get a backache if I have anything to do with wheat. I
I don't know why. Maybe it blocks my bowels or something and hurts my back. I have no idea what happens with that. Okay. Okay, all the information and the packaging. Okay, this is a much better than the one I had before, isn't it? The other one was from a reuse center, or something like that. Okay, so I guess I have to wash this because you're watching. I'll light the fire and you place the flowers in the vase. Only for you. And yes, don't look at the mess over there. Pay no attention to the man under the curtain. Don't want it to be wet. So we're going to get some chopped almonds. Only for you. No bugs. Good job. You need about a cup. That's about a cup, right? And then we'll put the thing on it. Oh, wait. All right. I always do it in the cupboard. Okay, so how do you do it? I think this is the simple thing. You just, are you there? You can't see. Can you? Where's that cupboard? Is that it? No. Yes. Okay. Okay. We used to have one of those nut choppers when I grew up. Okay. So we'll add this. See how powdered it got? Anyway, there's a few chunks in it. Some lucky person. Okay. And now, the man under the curtain. New gadgets are fun to use. Hope you're keeping well. Hi, Jordan. Yes, I am. Okay, so you're looking for the man under the curtain. That was from The Wizard of Oz. You remember that? Okay, you're too close. Have to change that. Oops. Okay, so now we've got our dried stuff. Okay, add 1 cup of the flour. Where did it go? It's in there. Cover this sponge and let it rest in a warm place until light and foamy, about 1 hour. Sprinkle a little of the sifted flour over the raisins and the almonds and the candied fruits. I don't use candied fruits. So a cup of the flour, I can do that. I'm going to do this with almond flour next time. Okay. You can look this up online. I've got lots of recipes of making Christmas stollen. Remember the year I made 10 batches at once? Had all those. Now, some of these are pretty big, so I'm going to take some kitchen scissors and dip them in flour. And then I'm going to cut them up. If you do this, the big stuff will always come to the top. But I could have done this in the bullet. But it would have made a mess. Or you could have just cut them better at the beginning. Alright. Alright, now what? Okay, now add 1.5 cups of butter, which you are supposed to have beaten until soft, but I never do that. So this is not going to be 1.5 cups, but it'll be something. So we'll put this in our little glass container. Oh, I'm so glad I make your day brighter. Nice. That's pretty cool to say when you already have little grandchildren who make your day bright. Okay, so put that in there for a little while. What? Half a minute? 20 seconds. It's already on for 8. Can you add time? Okay, I added 30 seconds, but that's going to be too long. So I can't go back to you because I have to stay here. La 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 la. I like it to melt because then I have less trouble with it. Okay, I think it's starting to melt. Yeah, it's starting to melt. You see you got a little bit underneath there? Alright, where are we working here now? Somewhere. Where is this stuff? Okay. So now it wants us to add the butter, which we have beaten a whole lot, which we didn't do. Still a warm chunk in the middle. Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to put it in there, am I? Add gradually and blend in together 3/4 cup of sugar. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to put it in there yet. So 3/4 cup of sugar. Put on 3/4 If your sugar gets hard as a rock, you just put in a piece of apple or a piece of bread with it. All right, now what am I supposed to do? Then beat in one at a time 3 eggs. So obviously you can see we've got the wrong container here for this now. So how much is this in this one? 3 eggs, one at a time. So let me break the eggs over here. So let's get another container in case one is rotten. We'll do it into 2 containers. One good egg. Two good eggs and a piece of onion. And 3 good eggs. Okay, 3 good eggs, and we will beat them a little bit. I'll take this and put it in, and I'll go like this. My containers are too small. Have you noticed that? I always use a spatula. I guess I'll take this stuff back out that fell in there. This has got the red dough on it. That's what the brown stuff is. I don't really like using electric things too often because if you don't have electric and you think you can't make it because you don't have an electric beater, the only thing you really need an electric beater for, or a blender, is when you're making mayonnaise, you must use a blender. And when you're making whipped eggs, you must use a beater. Okay, that's good. Now, add in 3/4 teaspoon of salt. Salt doesn't get bacteria or anything. In fact, you use it to preserve stuff. I don't think that was quite enough, do you? and now a 3/4 teaspoon of grated lemon rind. I'll just use a little lemon juice. Okay, oops. Alright, and then add the sponge and enough flour to knead the dough until elastic and smooth. Cover and let rise until doubled in bulk. Okay, so now we'll use another container, but this is rather cold, so let's stick it in the oven. Alright, and meanwhile, let's take out our bread. Okay, and we're going to add more flour to the bread. You see the sponge? See how that is? So you sprinkle it over the top. And then no, you don't want to whisk it anymore. You want to use a wooden spoon now. And you're going to go around the edges. And you try to keep it as one big lump. Okay, wait a minute. I have to add the other stuff to the other stuff. Okay, let's wait a minute. Now, where's my other thing? Okay, so this is also now frothy. So this, and this is no longer ice cold. So this is the Christmas stollen, right? This is our sugary stuff. It's just like making cookies or cake, right? Your eggs and your sugar and your butter. Put in backwards of that. Okay, and then you add this stuff. See how nice it is to do two things at once? Then you don't have to entertain yourself while you're waiting for one to rise. What did it say to do? Add the sponge and enough flour to knead the dough. Okay, so there's the sponge added to that stuff. And then we'll add the flour. Okay, so you have to keep adding the flour until you have enough to knead it. So put it in about a cup at a time. And you'll know when you've got enough because it'll be elastic or it'll be thick. I don't wash this out because that will be good for the next thing of it. If you fold it over, I find it works well. But you don't want to cut through it anymore because you want it to, it's got all these long stretchy things in from the gluten. You know, wearing a mask while I do this is awesome. And remember to always be keeping your sides of the bowl, mix it all in, or else you end up losing a bunch of your recipe on the sides and the bottom. Getting there. This is good for the bread to be sitting, and it's quite warm. You use a knife to scrape off your spatula. Make sure all this is out of there too. It must be cold in here because the butter is hardening quite quickly. Okay, it's almost ready to be kneaded. Okay, so I've washed off my hands, and now I will actually, I've got a little more of this in here. Okay, so now I always like to take a pile of flour and put it on the nice clean table. Roll up your sleeves. And then if you have wet hands, you can get some on your hands so it won't stick to your hands. Now with white flour, you can add as much as it will hold. Now you see why I put so much flour on? Because I knew this would be a bit wet. Use the flat side for the edges of the bowl and the curved side for the curved side of the bottom. Okay, so now I always take the flour and I just cover it with flour. I start like that. And then you fold it over. And you're folding it from opposite sides all the time. And then you can start, you turn it and you push it. And you push it, you bring it so it's over the edge. Let me turn you a bit. So it's over the edge, and then you with the heels of your hands you push it and it sticks to the front of the bread, and you just keep doing that, and you kind of roll it. So the top and the bottom layer stick together. Try and keep the flour between you and the surface so that it doesn't stick to the table at any time. And it can only hold so much flour, and then it won't take up any more. But it's getting to be, it's not sticky at all. With brown bread, it has to be a bit sticky. I mean with whole wheat. See how easy all this is? I hope it looks easy. It is very easy. So you do this until it's smooth and elastic. Now you see how it's sort of trying to stretch like that? That's good. So it's getting quite elastic. But the more flour the more you knead it, the sticky parts will show up as you're getting into the inside. The outside is going to the middle. So you have to add more flour there. This should be done on a higher table, or you bend your knees so you're down lower, but keep your back straight. You can kind of roll into it with your whole body. This is one of the oldest things that's been done in the world, you know? People have been making bread since the beginning of time, I guess. Of course, they made sourdough. To make sourdough, you would ferment your flour and then use that. If you didn't have yeast. Okay, so there it is. See how that looks? Isn't that nice? It's alive. Okay, add the sponge and enough flour to knead the dough until smooth and elastic. Cover and let rise until double in bulk. Toss it onto a floured board, knead in the fruit and nuts. Okay, so I always put just a little bit of oil in my pan, but you don't want to put too much because you don't want it to have oily sides so it won't stick to itself. And then you put it in upside down, like so. You swish it around. A little bit, enough to get oiled, and then you turn it over. And then put it back in the oven, which is still a little warm. It's not quite warm. I'm going to turn it on for 1 minute. Okay, and now we'll go back to this one. See, and see how I left it for a moment? And so it has gotten wetter. It's gotten more. turn it down to the lowest, which is 170. Down, 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 down. There we go. Okay. Getting too much for the wooden spoon now. If you put a little flour on the spoon and then rub it, you can get all that stuff off. I like all my handy tricks and hints. Okay. Oh, this is not going to be ready yet. Let's get some more flour. I put it back. What a mistake. Ah, no bugs, no bugs. Where's that? Here it is. I especially, oops, see it's really sticky there. Shouldn't have started yet. If you put the flour on like that, and don't squish too hard because you don't want to get to a big wet part. Just keep adding flour like this from the edges. Oops. And then eventually it starts to hold together. And you can just knead it in here if you have a big enough bowl, or throw it on the table on a pile of flour like I did on the last one. And the Christmas stollen. Oh, I have to turn the oven off. Okay. You see, when I lift it up like this, I'm folding it over, but see, I got some on my finger. But no fear, just add flour. Good thing I have clean fingernails, isn't it? Not every day I have clean fingernails. Fingernails don't just stay clean. See, I like this because the bowl turns. You have to keep scraping the sides because as it gets drier, you'll find that it can hold all this wet stuff in there now. But you want to mix all that stuff in before you start adding too much flour in case you can't get it in afterwards. Once you get on the top. Don't forget, thumbs up and subscribe if you want to see more of these videos. Hit the notification bell. Okay, we're getting there. Remember to keep your back straight. So when it won't hold any more flour, and it's smooth and silky, this has still got a little more to go. See, now this I could actually add those nuts and things to it. It's the same idea, exactly the same idea. So you have two ways. You can either add your yeast to the flour and eliminate the pre-rise. That's if you know your yeast is going to be good. I think that putting yeast in the water and letting it rise for a few minutes is because Fleischmann's yeast is in those little packages which stay on the counter and are no good, or the shelving in the grocery store. Most of them won't work, at least unless, depends how fresh they are. But you always keep your yeast in the freezer, and then it'll, like this yeast is years old, but it'll work because it's been frozen the whole time. Okay, so that looks pretty good, doesn't it? See, it's not picking up any more flour. Let's just do a little more. See if we can clean off the bowl. And then we'll put some oil in the bowl. Trying to do this on the sides and get all of it up. I turned it over to get that bit that's the pile that's in the bottom. Or you could run out and get a bread maker, but then you have to be so careful and measure everything exactly or it won't work, and you have to put them in exactly the right order. Now you could add eggs before you start adding all this flour at the end. You could add eggs and then it will be even fluffier and more protein and all that. And you can add a half a cup of oil at that point. See, now it's really picking up all the rest of the flour in the bowl. So scrape your bowl again. I used to have a metal spatula that had a round end, a round side. It was wonderful for scraping the bowl. It was a metal spatula. You probably saw it in lots of my videos. It was from my Aunt Evelyn. Too bad it's in real time, so you don't get to see how to do it. Just to see how to do it. Okay, let's add some oil. And we'll oil the bowl this way. And then when we don't want it to stick to the bowl later. And we don't want it to get dried out in the oven. Okay, so there you go. You could put a towel over it, but I find that the towel might stick to it, so I never do. Okay, and then this one. My bowl is too hot. I don't want to burn it. Should have put it on the flour. I guess it's fine. It's not hot down the bottom. So I'll put it back in there. Now, that's supposed to double. And let's read this recipe again. So, toss it onto a floured board, knead in the fruit and nuts. So that has to rise until it's double in bulk. So we have a few minutes. So this is the opportunity to tidy up, right? That's what I always do at times like this, is I clean up the kitchen. The salt will inhibit the yeast. So let me go back to the beginning. Okay, let's just come and sit down for a minute. Let me clean off my hands. Gets a lot under your fingernails, doesn't it? Okay. How do you get flour on yourself? Okay. Let's come sit in the sun and warm up our feet. Take off this mask. Well, we're doing it. Pretty cool, eh? All right, let's see what you've said. You've said, all right, so the chat stopped. Well, it came back, I guess. Make it into a fat square, then fold it over until it gets to the other edge and place it in a bread pan. Well, first I'm going to let it rise again. Let it rise till double in bulk. The more time you rise it, the better it is. Well, I'm used to making whole wheat. Only reason I'm not is because the mice got into my my wheat grinder, and I did pass a whole lot of wheat through it, which I think probably cleaned it, but I just didn't want to, I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. If a person doesn't have a lot, but has some basic ingredients, they could always make good. It's great with some health benefits, but you won't starve. All they need is flour, yeast, salt, and sugar. Or you can use molasses. I used to buy molasses from the feed mill. I would buy it by the bucket with a container. I had this big 5-gallon pail of molasses that I used. And I don't know if it was sanitary, but it was always going to get cooked. And we never got sick from it, ever, ever, ever. So I just didn't see any problem with that. All right, let's go on here. Now, salt inhibits the yeast. So if you're going to add salt, it's often best to add it after the yeast has already started. It's already doubled everything. You can even add it right at the end in your last kneading. Water or milk for the yeast to proof. Or if they have yeast, that doesn't need to proof good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so you don't have to, proofing your oven is when you heat your oven up just enough so it's to take the chill off, so it has a warm place. I used to put it near the wood stove, but it was never quite, one side would be warmer, the other wasn't. Yeah, you can put almost everything into bread. You can make it sweet or you can make it savory. So you could use thyme and oregano. You know, you could make it like that. You could put in onions. I used to do this on a very small scale, and that would be pizza dough. But also I would do it like I would just make a small amount, 2 cups of flour, and would be all I needed. And so I would just start with a little water, and I would add the flour, and then I would add some yeast to it after the flour was in it. And then I would add, like in the campfire stuff, then I would chop up onions and add that. And back when I used to eat dairy, I would put cheese, grate up cheese. And the way to grate cheese is you take the block of cheese, the brick. If it was a whole pound, a brick, then you would put it in the microwave for a minute, this frozen brick, and it would just make it also, it was crumbly. And then you could crumble that up. So I used to add onions and cheese, and then I would put it in the frying pan, and I would mush it down, and I would cook it on one side and cook it on the other side, and then I would add tomato sauce or pizza sauce, and then sort of swish it around, and so that would be on the outside, let that cook on the outside of it. The kids just loved that. Oh, that was so good. Oh well, those days are gone, but not for everybody. I guess that must be here too, there must be videos of that. I wonder what I called it. Instant pizza or pizza in a pan. Yeah, it was really good. Or you can make it, you can roll it out, and you could put butter and cinnamon on it and roll it up, and then take a thread and put a thread, you know, so you have this roll of rolled up, and you can see the brown line in the middle because it's the sugar and the, I always would use brown sugar, but I would make it. So you take white sugar and add molasses and mix it up until it's the color you want. And that's how you make sugar. Like if you get brown sugar from the grocery store and you put it in water, just let it sit there, you'll see the water will turn brown, and then you have white sugar in the bowl. So you don't have to buy brown sugar at twice the price. Just get some molasses. And there's different kinds of molasses, right? There's blackstrap molasses, which is pretty sharp. Not sharp, but pretty strong. But it's the most nutritious because it's not been refined so much. Or you can get fancy sweet molasses like family molasses or cooking. So there's blackstrap, and then there's cooking, and then there's sweet molasses or family molasses or something like that. What else do I know? So if you take that, you mix your molasses with some cinnamon, and then you molasses and cinnamon. No, molasses and sugar. So you make brown sugar and add cinnamon. That's right. So if you mix some cinnamon into that, you can add a lot of cinnamon, like a teaspoon to a cup of sugar or something, or even more. And then you sprinkle that all over the dough that you just rolled out, like that dough I have there. You could roll that out and do that. And then you roll it up from the edges so you get this swirl. And then you take a string, piece of thread, and you put it around, and you cross them, and then you pull. So you're making a little slicer with your hand like that. A string is like your fingers, right? And you put it around and cross them and then squish. And then you can put them into cupcakes, or you would butter a dish or put oil on it. Usually we used to use the paper from the butter, and we would use that to butter the cookie sheet or something. This is pretty cool, making bread and Christmas stollen. It was a prompting this morning. You know, when you're praying, if you get an idea while you're praying, that's it. Go for it. That's what you're supposed to do. So I don't know whose lives this will bless, but I imagine if you don't know how to make it, it would be nice to know. And there's so many little tricks they don't teach you in all the cookbooks. I could write a cookbook. I'm making homemade cinnamon rolls this weekend out of yeast, flour, sugar, oil, and salt. Oh my gosh, I wish I could send a big piece of cinnamon rolls. I wouldn't be able to eat it. But that sounds lovely. Very lovely. And what else can you do with the bread dough? So you could roll it out and then add your ingredients and have pizza. So you could have it as loaves. Now, if you were making a sweet bread like banana bread or zucchini bread or something, you wouldn't add the yeast. You'd just be making a cake. So a cake is liquid and water and sugar and salt and oil and eggs, which is the same thing for cookies as it is for cake, except for cake has liquid in it. It usually calls for milk. Milk will make it it'll give it a much nicer texture and a much nicer flavor, but it'll also give you arthritis. So there you go. Take your pick. Or it'll make you can get colds very easily. It's a beautiful day outside. This is amazing. I'm accomplishing this. So to make cookies, I always would melt it, but I would do the butter and then the sugar, which has got the molasses in it now. Or no, I would just take butter and then sugar, and then I would pour molasses on it, and I would beat that up. That's the best part, is sugar and butter together. Oh my gosh, that tastes so good. And then you would add your eggs and vanilla, or if you don't want vanilla, you could use lemon juice. And then you would add your flour. Or you could add, if you're going to add raisins and things like that, or chocolate chips, it's better to add that before you add your flour, because if you add it later, sometimes your chocolate chips will fall out. But if it's added when the dough is wet. So you don't add any water to cookie dough. So you add some water and you end up with a thick thing. If you add more water, you end up with cake. If you want crisp cookies, then you would not add any water and you would add less flour and they would spread more. And you could have like those wafer thin crispy ones. But if you add more liquid, then you get it liquider and liquider until you have cake, and then more liquidy and you get pancakes. I guess pancakes are kind of like cake, except cake usually wants a lot of, oh, here comes the snowplow. Oh no, the propane administrator. He fills the tanks of the two neighbors. Such a beautiful day, isn't it? Such a beautiful day out there. It's even dripping. It's -20 out, or -18 out this morning. But the sun is so clear, it drips. It's amazing how you can have melting and bitterly cold at the same time. Regina says, love and enjoy my times with you, Nancy. You uplift me every day you come on to share your life. Hey, did you notice this? Thank you. Did you notice this morning the deer? Were you there? I woke up and I lay in bed in the morning when I get up and I check my messages and such before I get out of bed. And sometimes I watch some of those. I really like the 5-minute crafts. Now they have 5-minute designer or decorating or something. Anyway, it's awesome stuff. She's so creative. She's just an amazing person, the person that comes up with all this stuff. So I usually watch a little bit of that. And then this morning, the deer came. And it was like 8:15 when he came. The deer never comes in the morning. Never. But it was so cold last night. And the ice is so thick and hard. He was probably very hungry. I should probably get some deer feed. He doesn't seem to like corn. Yeah, everybody can join in the chat. Plus hit that like button and share her videos. Oh yeah, share. Yeah, if you know anybody that might like this sort of stuff, share it or put it on your Facebook thing. There's no swearing in here. No smoking, drinking, swearing, or talking about... I usually try not to talk about politics. I just did that Ottawa stuff because I thought that was historic and I needed to write that to, you know. But that brought up some bad feelings with some people. They said, oh, Nancy, I didn't realize you were, you know, and they negative to me. But anyway, we've all got our different opinions and we shouldn't judge each other by them. Oh, you have, Regina. Oh, how cool. That's so nice. I think I got a little flour in my nose, even though I had that mask on. If flour can get through, then germs can get through. Also, if you can smell stuff, like if you can smell a person, then you're too close. If if they've got some illness. If you can smell them, then their exhaling can give you the bacteria. I always, when I take a shower, I say, I took a shower. You'll think you're alone now. Yep, all those parts of your body. Must be 6 different smells you can have out of your body. Maybe 4. Anyway, sorry, I don't know why I got on that. This is really neat to bake. I have to bake and give it away now. I never used to bake and give it away, except to my children. Yeah, maybe I'll give each of the children a half a loaf of bread, or at least my 2 daughters locally. I think Scarlett is off flour, though. She's off wheat. Oh, well. I know I could slice it, and I could give slices to people. I wonder if it's risen double yet. This is good for my back to sit. Right in the center of your back, just below, between your shoulder blades. Hi, Susan. Are you still there? We got 12 people here. Oh my gosh, 12 people are watching me. It's rather embarrassing. But when I go to the end of the video and I click end and it shows me some statistics. It shows me how many people were watched and for how many is the average minutes long. Like a lot of people only watch for 33 minutes or 30 seconds or different stuff. Oh. I bet Susan's still here. Hi, Susan. I'm glad you can be here today. How's Rose? Hi, Rose. She's probably watching on her television. Her laptop died. And hi, all the rest of you. It's nice that you're here with me. Wake up. Did you see the deer this morning? Wasn't he beautiful? It was a male, Bucky. I could see the spots, the lumps where his antlers fall off. And his front was a lot wider than his back. His back legs were so close together they were almost touching. Oh, you make them with fresh blueberries. Yum, yum. When we were in Vancouver, my daughter-in-law ordered blueberries for my grandson from the room service for breakfast, and he would not eat them because they had blueberries in them. He did not like the blueberries in them. Can you imagine? So I picked out all the blueberries and ate them. And then he wouldn't eat the rest of the pancakes either because they had the blueberry color stain on them. Blueberries are a good thing. If you look up, they're a superfood. It's funny how we know all these things now. All these antioxidant things, but yet, isn't antioxidants, they create free radicals, and yet now they're saying that the antioxidants, the free radicals are important, or I don't know. They change their mind all the time, so just eat what you want. See how you feel after you eat something. Hey, look, this is an interesting kind of bug here. I'm going to show this to you. He's right here, stuck on there. You see that? Now you would think it's just it's just a little bit of straw, but it's actually a little bug, and those little sticks are stuck to him. I guess that's part of them. Isn't that interesting? I don't know what they're called. He's here by the plant. This is the potato plant. And look at how those happy Swiss chards. Uh-oh, why is this one wilting? This weed. That's like my canary in the gold mine. I bet it's dry in there. We have a situation out here. Ooh. Beautiful hair, eh? Fur. Let me turn it around so we can both see it. Yeah, my grandson's like that too. Chicken nuggets is the only thing. Boy, there's squirrels everywhere. They're going up the tree over there on the neighbors. This is a nice little spot for the birds. I did. I made homemade egg noodles with I had a noodle maker at one time. Yes, sorry. Sorry, that was just to get rid of that. Okay, let's go check the bread. See if it's ready now. Gotta put my mask back on. All right, look at this one. That's pretty big. That's not as big. All right, so first let's get our mask back on because I don't want to get sick. Oops. Oh, here comes the yellow truck. He comes about every 3 months, I think, something like that. There's a farm up there. Somebody asked where. It's right up there on the top of the hill. This used to all be owned by one person, and then he died and the property was severed, or the acreage, it was a farm. So they and them and us are the only ones on this little dead-end road. You know you live out in the woods when you watch the traffic. Okay, oh, where's that mask? You have one big black-red squirrel around there. He teases your dog, eh? All right. I was going to take one of these tests to find out if I had COVID at Christmas time. It lasts for 3 months, doesn't it? Oh, this is going to be awesome if you guys really come visit. That would be so cool. You know there's bedrooms upstairs. Okay, so now we'll take this out. I better plug you up again just in case. We don't want to lose everybody. All right, so oops, sorry. So now you punch it down. You're getting the exhaust out. And you put it back in. How about this one? This does not have much in it. Should probably rise more. How long did it say to rise it for? Until doubled in bulk. I don't think it's double, is it? Well, maybe it is. What do you think? Yeah, it was smaller, wasn't it? It's not warm as the other one is. Okay, so when I get that out here, I'm going to add all this stuff to it. Bits of butter in there. Wasn't supposed to be there. All right, let's put that on there. Okay, so now you're gonna put it on and turn it over when you're doing it. Sure smells like almonds. That almond flour we used. I guess it's ground almonds. I don't know how it's going to take all of these. Maybe it should have risen more. Stollen, did I shut down the fire? You did, thank you. I forgot all about that. Thank you for... Pretty cool it took it all, eh? It looked impossible at the beginning. Look at that. There it is. It's got it all. Of course, now they'll just keep falling out. Okay. So now you can let it rise again, I guess. What did it say? I think you cut it up now. Says, toss it onto a floured board, knead in the fruit and nuts. Divide the dough in 2 equal pieces. Roll each into an 8 by 15 inch oval. Okay, so the way to cut it is you don't cut it with a knife. You just get it so it'll divide. To 2 equal parts. Okay. Okay, and then we put it on a cookie sheet. Figure out where I pop them now. Put a little oil on it. Ooh, that oil is cold. I mean, it's not icy cold, but too much oil too. So now we need to roll it out. Gotta bring it back over there so you can see what's happening. I'll wash this off. Bet you saw that happening. Okay, so then And then you fold it over. I'm going to put it right here. I'll do the same with this one. I have to turn it because my cookie sheet sides are a bit larger. Okay, and then we fold it in half. And you turn it like that. And then you do the same with this one. Okay, and then you let it rise again. How long does it have to rise for now? Divide the dough into 2 equal pieces. Roll each into an 8 by 15 inch oval. Fold in half lengthwise and place loaves on greased baking sheets. Brush the top with melted butter. Well, we're fresh out of melted butter, but it's got this nice oil on it. It says on cookie sheets. I've always cooked them together. Okay, and then we'll put it back in the oven. Let it double. And take this out. So we've already punched this down. Wow, isn't that solid? Okay, so this now, ooh, it's got, look at that big bubble in there. Ooh. Okay, and then this one, let's get some baking pans. Okay, so this does not look big enough for 3, but maybe it is. So we'll do the same thing for cutting it. We'll squeeze it. Guess this will make 2. And then to oil your pans, put some oil in it. Oh dear, they're new. Got some sticky stuff on that you can use for attaching stuff to the walls, you know, if you need to. I'll wash this one. Okay. Did you know that Betty Crocker isn't a real person? She was a fabrication. Okay. So you put the oil in. Make sure your pan is dry. And then you put it like that to drip into the other one. It's always good to have too much oil because it helps to brown it. Okay, and then you wind it up. Then you put it in upside down and you press it together really well and press it into the corners with the back of your fingers. And then you turn it over like that and you let it rise again. So here we go, we wind it up. Make sure that it's all nicely attached together. You don't want your bread to all unwind. So this is important when you do this, that you, oh, it wasn't quite even. This loaf is not quite as big as the other one was. There you go. Now it goes in there and rises again. Proof the oven again because it's a little bit. It's cooled off just a bit. Okay. This is hard work, eh? So let's go sit down again. Should put on a cup of tea, but my water's in the other room. My back hurts, so I have to sit. All right, so it's adding a little heat to the oven. Just a little. Now we have a red squirrel and a black squirrel here. Happy wife, happy life. It's true. Oh, and there's the woodpecker. That's the downy, I think. It's a female. No, it's a male. Oh, maybe not. Good old Willem. He was so blessed when I came into the world, you say. Hey, Willem! Willem! He's got his... Regina says you were so blessed when I came into the world. I'm in here. Regina says that you were so blessed when I came into the world.
I was.
Bless your heart. I'm making Christmas stollen and bread.
Oh, thank you. Oh, look, got a big heavy woodpecker out there. The food feeder.
Yeah, he's happy, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I love you, Willem.
Love you too.
Let's watch this rare woodpecker. Where is he? There he is. She. No red on the back of her head. Now, a if it was stripes all the way up the whole back instead of just down the bottom, it would be a yellow-bellied sapsucker. I forget what a ladderback is like. Anyway. So I put those suet things out because I didn't go all the way to the place where there's a butcher shop. Not all the towns have them anymore. You have to go pretty far away. There's been a lot of regulation come out. So people couldn't afford to to upgrade their butcher shops so high. That was ice coming off this window behind me. Drippity, drippity, drip, drip, drip. So this will have to rise for maybe 15 minutes or something. You let it rise for. This is getting to be a long video, isn't it? And then you bake it. And then when it's done baking, this is really fluffy bread. It's been a long time since I made white bread. I couldn't believe it. How that big air bubble in there. It's important to knead it enough so you don't have a big air bubble under the top of the crust. I was going to make cookies too. I'll show you these birds. So there's the hairy woodpecker. And watching from a distance is another woodpecker. Where'd he go? Right there. Should probably have two of these things out. What they like to do is eat. I think I'll make chocolate chip cookies. Just ordinary, not good for you chocolate chip cookies. White bread, white flour, white sugar, molasses, eggs. If it were for me, I would have to make it from almond flour. But I've gained weight lately, so I don't want to keep doing that. More ice falling. Boy, is it ever warm here in the sun. These plants are so lucky. You want to watch me make them start to finish, so I'll have to make another live video? Well, or they can be, look, there's a hairy and a downy. See the difference in size? If my back felt better, I would get up and get another one for him. I think I've used up most of my energy. Yes, they are cool animals, aren't they? Thank you. I just love you both. That's so nice. I love you guys too. Tea time. Yeah, tea time. But then I'd have to go put the kettle on. Or I could ask Willem to fill it up with water for me. That table was a little low. I should have been doing it on the counter. It's not good for my back to bend like that. This will be interesting to find out if my back hurts today. If it's because of the breathing the flour in or because of all the kneading. Oh, now we have a squirrel over here on this one. I used to put seeds all along the railing. See, there's a one on the railing over there. And there's another one over there. Yeah, I should go out and feed all those animals. Look, there's a hairy on the front and a downy on the back. A female hairy and a male downy. Where are they? There they are. Oh, now he's on the railing. I should put a coat hanger on another one and just hook it over that underneath them. Now, let's see, Susan, are you asleep again? And where is Ellen? You're right. Oh, there's Susan. Hi. Ellen was on this morning when the deer came. That was so cool to see the deer. I never really had a buck before. I've had lots of does with babies. Wonder if the turkeys are out in the daytime. All right, let's get up and look. And Rose, her laptop broke, so she's on her television watching. Poor trampoline. Hi, chickadee. Good thing they have this place over here. Oh, wait, this has got a squirrel too. Wonder if there's turkeys out there. Oh, there's a nuthatch. All right. We'll go look out the other window and see if the turkeys have come and gone. Now we have a bigger mess. Oh well, nothing like having something to do later. So that's the corn we put out for the deer. Isn't he a wonderful husband? He makes the bed for me too. Let's get some corn. Put it out. I have to put you here because you seem to die whenever I do this one. Well, I guess I need a container. I have an idea. Let's go upstairs. I'm going to put this out the window. But I'm also going to get one of those suet things. And I guess I should also fill up the pot with water for tea. We better check all this first. Oh, those breads are looking good, aren't they? Okay, I think it's time to cook the bread. So we'll take this out. This has to rise some more. And then we'll take out the bread. See, isn't that lovely? And then we will put the oven on properly. Okay, now
let's get some stuff for some of these suets for the bird. Hope that doesn't make it not close. Perfect. Okay, we'll let that heat up. We'll go out here and throw this out for the turkeys. Well, it's not cooked yet, right? It's just ready to go in. So this is not the good stuff for them. This is the cooked stuff with no enzymes.
and I leave the plastic container there because otherwise it falls everywhere. Like the other stuff. Maybe I'll take this one down and hang it up for the birds downstairs. And then
Put this here. Now, I think it would be cool if we could watch the turkeys from here. Ha! Perfect spot. No sign of them yet. And we'll also give these guys some. Okay. Let's bring our water back downstairs too. Look at these. Don't these look awesome, my little romaine lettuces? These stood back up. Okay. Down we go. Okay. And now fill this with water. Okay. Is this ready yet? Not ready yet. And where's the other thing? This. I'm gonna get a hanger
we have a metal hanger here? Yes, we do. These usually don't go all the way through. But I'll have to get rid of it. Need a sharp knife. See, they don't go all the way through. Let's just burn it off. Fire is my friend sometimes, you know. Too much work. Sorry. Reeks of effort, doesn't it? But it might be easier to saw it off now. There we go. Okay. Let's turn this off. Oh, and the oven is done now too. Let's hang this up from the other ones. Oops. There we go. Okay. My back feels better. Okay, let's see about these things. We'll put them in the oven. You use this, put this down toward the center of the oven. Actually, it's too high, isn't it? Let's put it down lower. Let out all our heat. Okay. Okay, now how long does it take? 40 minutes? I'll put it 45. Okay, and then this has to rise some more. Okay. Now it's preheated. Good job. Let's put all these silver things in a bowl. Get them to the washing. Okay, oops, one more. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that is in. The first one is in. This has to rise some more. Put it over that. That seems to be where the heat comes up out of the oven. And we'll get ourselves a cup of tea. Do you have something to drink? Well, Patty, what would you like for breakfast? We just made some, we've got bread making and we've got Christmas stollen still rising for the last time. Let's see, where's the, I'll have this one. Apple cinnamon. Maybe Willem will wash the dishes today. Okay. And because I'm so thirsty, I think I'll have some water first. The squirrels are out there eating all that corn. All right, so I wonder how your battery's doing. You've been unplugged for a little while. I plugged that in over there. wonder what else was in here. Nothing. We got it all. So what came with it? A big one. And that's all. A big one and a small one. The one that's on it is small. Let's get out of this dirty kitchen. Hey, where's the timer happening? Timer. Start. No, wait. Wait. Timer. Up. Whoops. Start. There we go. Okay, now it's time to hang out. Now we can watch both birds sit and eat those things. So, are you all inspired to make bread now? Pretty interesting watching bread being made. You know, I think I should sit around and pull fleece while I sit. I have a little bit. Oh, I have a whole bag of it here. So this has all been washed. Let's see how, if I can felt it or if it should be all separated. See, look at that. That's a very nice piece there, isn't it? Maybe I should try felting it. Shall we try that? We could get the felting needles and just have a go at it. Where's that sponge thing I have to do it into? Oh, but this is a burdock here. Where do I want the burdock? I don't think I'm going to plant it in my beds because it's not good till next fall, I think, or next spring. First thing in the spring you harvest your burdock. It's got a big root. It's very good for your blood. What does that say? My entire home is like a gingerbread house. All right, let's go back. I miss so much. Look at this. I'm watching on my TV and watching chat on my phone. I suppose that counts as 2 people watching. Hey, that's why, Nancy, you have more people watching than you do likes. You could like it on both of them. All right, they rose up perfectly. Reminds me of Snow White when all the birds gather around her. Only one of them has it on. What are we having for breakfast? I want a plate. I don't feel like cooking. Well, we made bread. Oh, it's in the oven, and we're making Christmas stollen, which is still rising. Okay, it's a good thing I still have more to do, or else I would go sit in my chair. And once I'm in my chair, I don't ever get up. So cozy, yum, Christmas scones and some of that tea. It's Christmas stollen, page 620 of your Joy of Cooking cookbook. When my kitchen is messy, it doesn't look cozy like yours. I wish it did. Your kitchen looks like a gingerbread house, so warm and cozy. Well, I don't know what to say. Her entire home is like a gingerbread house, warm and cozy. Bless your heart, Regina. How are you, Patty? Even Soonest Ernest says you remind her of Snow White. I do agree, you are the modern day Snow White. What a sweet thing to say. Scarlet has been called Snow White. She's much more of a, you know, I just sort of look out. Oh, the turkeys are coming. Isn't this amazing? Thanksgiving. They're checking out the teacups. I didn't fill them. Oh, this is awesome. This is so cool. There's quite a few of them, weren't there? I think I saw 4 or 5. Isn't this amazing? He heard me. There's one down in the yard, too. Isn't that amazing? All right, let's go and look at the other window. Let's go upstairs and watch from upstairs. We'll get the best view of everything. Oh, I guess he didn't talk. Oh my gosh. Imagine wild turkeys on the deck. Oh, look, they're coming up the drive. There's one over there. That's right, break up that ice. Good job. Unbelievable. It's hard to see them when they're in the dark and in the light. Isn't this amazing? There's one down there in the berm. It sure gives you a reason to wake up in the morning. Oh, I love the colors. Aren't they just? There's one over by the tree now. What a bunch of turkeys. Oh, he's walking up through there now. Boy, they made short work of that, didn't they? Unbelievable. So I have to go down now. Where have they gone now?
Okay, good enough. Will do.
The turkeys are out here, Willem. I think he sees me. Turkeys on the deck. That's amazing.
Nancy?
Yeah?
Nancy?
Yeah?
There are 4 turkeys on the north deck. They're pecking away.
Okay. Shh, don't scare them. I'm filming them. I could see them from Maya's room, too.
Yeah.
4 of them. Oh, there are 4.
Oh, look at that Christmas stove. Yum, yum, yum.
You tell the males and the females apart. Oh yeah, males have a comb that hangs from their neck. So there's one male and two females. Unbelievable. Wasn't that inspiration to put the corn out the window? Thank you, Heavenly Father, for the turkeys. Wild turkeys, unbelievable. In all of my years, they're aware of Willem. There's a good photo. Take a photo of your TV. Trying to get in through the... Yeah, let's go the other window. This is amazing, Willem. Unbelievable. 4 turkeys in all our years here. Never had turkeys here. Shh. I put corn all around the house yesterday on the deck. They saw me, that's why they went up. Can't believe this. Well, you're gonna have a good dinner, eh? Mashed potatoes and pumpkin pie and cornbread and lemon meringue pie. Well, we can't eat these guys. Oh, look, there's three. Oops, there's three of them now. Can't eat these or else we won't have any coming on our deck. The other one's still on the deck outside this other window, I think. I like how they put their wing back. Look at this one, it's got quite the colors underneath them. Look at that red and green and blue.
Following breaking news tonight, the Russian president says a military operation is now underway in eastern Ukraine. Ukraine's foreign minister calls it a full-scale invasion and says the time is now.
Unbelievable.
The sound of an explosion. It could have been, the aircraft fire. We're not sure. Earlier, we were hearing reports of the sound of explosions around the airport outside Kiev. Some contradictory reports coming out. The mayor of Kiev saying that what people were hearing was the aircraft fire. We are hearing from Russia
plug
on
you
the
in.
other side of the border that they are targeting command structures across Ukraine, but they are not targeting
Look at that guy. Look at those colors. Unbelievable.
Has contradicted that, saying that Ukrainian cities are coming under attack. Hearing reports that troops are landing in the port city of Odessa. We're hearing that things are
Too much
bad
noise.
in Kharkiv, which is a city, mainly Russian language, native Russian-speaking city, close to the border with Russia in the north and the east. Here in the capital, people have been leaving. We've been seeing people coming down the street with their suitcases, but we've also seen people who look like they're going to work. We're hearing that there are long lineups at the gas stations around the city. On that terrible Sunday morning, the Oslo Belmont Fire Brigade had been turned into a comfort center. The gunman, Gabriel Wortman, was still on the loose.
Where is the fourth bird? Guess he must still be on the
Mi
deck.
esposa, ¿me echas la culpa?
Ok, me echa,
Ah,
porque es ella.
sí. Mi esposa me echa la culpa
De algunas cosas.
de algunas cosas.
A ver,
Muchas veces.
no, solo algunas veces. Hola para
Yeah, I'm
todos.
thinking of giving him
¿Cómo
some more
están?
food out the
Bienvenidos
other
a
door.
otro episodio más. En este episodio vamos a hablar sobre verbos que cambian de significado. Hay verbos como faltar, echar, llevar, tener, quedar, acabar, hacer, etcétera, que se usan de diferentes formas en diferentes contextos. Así que hoy vamos a estar aquí con Nate haciendo una lección sobre esto y Nate va a hacer varios ejercicios de
Oh, there's a
traducción.
fourth one.
Entonces, yo te voy a ir explicando a ti y a Nate 4 usos de cada uno de los verbos que vamos a ver hoy, que son llevar, echar y faltar. Y a medida que avanzamos en la lección, Nate va a tener que traducir.
Sí, exactamente. Como Andrea dijo, pues tú vas a participar conmigo. Tú vas a hacer las mismas respuestas, las mismas, pues no las mismas
Sí, no.
respuestas, porque algunos de los míos van a ser mal, pero tú puedes hacer tus respuestas también cuando yo estoy pensando, tú estás pensando y pues
He
espero
was
que
flapping
me
his
ganes.
wings.
Ujú. Vamos a ver si te va mejor que a Nate traduciendo utilizando los verbos llevar, echar y faltar. Bueno, para empezar, Nate, ¿puedes pensar en un ejemplo
So
con el
amazing.
verbo llevar? ¿Qué se te ocurre?
Bueno,
Oops.
llevo las, ¿cómo se dice? Las llaves, llevo
Ajá.
las llaves al auto.
Ok, sí, I take the keys to the car. Llevo las llaves al auto, sí. Piensa en un ejemplo con el verbo faltar. ¿Qué se te ocurre?
Falta mi esposa.
Ah, ok, sí. ¿Qué estás tratando de
Extraño a mi
Sí.
¿Cómo lo dirías?
extraño a mi
Me
esposa.
hace falta a mi esposa.
Casi, casi, casi. Muy bien. Debes decir, me hace falta mi esposa, sin la A,
Mi esposa es
en este caso.
verb, yeah.
Y ahora dame un ejemplo con echar.
Me echo de menos mi esposa.
Ok, estás tratando de decir de nuevo, I miss my wife. Para decir I miss you or I miss someone, hay tres formas. Y lo que tú estabas tratando de decir es echo de menos a mi esposa. No me echo de menos, sino echo de menos a. Ahorita lo vamos a ver. Tú, si pensaste en tres ejemplos con estos tres verbos, quiero que pongas muchísima atención porque hay mucho por
The
aprender.
sun is reflecting in his
Cada
eye.
uno de estos verbos tiene varios significados, pero hoy vamos a ver solo 4 de cada uno. El verbo número 1 es llevar, llevar. Y el primer uso, Nate, que vamos a ver, número 1 es
Applicating.
to have been doing something for a while. Llevar tiempo haciendo algo. Es cuando yo digo algo como yo llevo 6 años enseñando español. ¿Sí? I have been teaching Spanish for 6 years. Yo llevo 6 años enseñando. Entonces, nota que la traducción literal de esto es yo he estado enseñando español por 6 años. I have been teaching. Yo he estado enseñando. ¿Sí? Pero hay otra forma de decirlo y es yo llevo, con mucha atención Nate, porque te voy a poner a traducir una frase justo después de esto. Sería yo llevo, como I carry, 6 años
Wow, there they
enseñando.
go. They didn't
6
get this
years
corn.
teaching. Yo llevo 6 años enseñando. Así que, ¿cómo dirías esto? I have been learning Spanish for 10 years. ¿Cómo dices eso?
Llevo 10 años aprendiendo
Get the
español.
potato plant.
Muy bien, muy bien. Tú tradujiste bien esa frase. Vamos a ver cuántas traduces bien. Muy bien, Nate. Otra frase para traducir con este uso. Si quieres decir, for how long
Alright.
have you been living here? ¿Cómo dirías eso?
¿Por cuántos
¿Por
años
cuánto tiempo has vivido
vivo
aquí?
aquí?
Okay.
Willem, that was so awesome.
Wasn't it, eh?
Yes, I threw the corn out Maya's window, and they and they came like in a half an hour. They were here. Ah, I smell the bread. So we've got 8 minutes. We'll check.
¿Cuánto tiempo
Whoa,
llevas?
looks beautiful. This is
Exactamente. ¿Cuánto tiempo
it's
llevas
cool to
viviendo
the
aquí?
touch.
¿Cuánto tiempo llevas aprendiendo español?
Oh my goodness.
¿Cuánto tiempo llevas viendo nuestros videos y todavía no te has suscrito? Por favor,
Wasn't that amazing?
deja tu
That is so cool. I just can't believe it. Turkeys right here. I never in a million years thought that the turkeys would come and eat the corn from the teacups. Oh, there they go up there. Let me turn you around again. Away to the forest they go, they go. Isn't that something? Oh my gosh. My mother would be just so thrilled. All right, have to sit down now. Have my tea. It's tea time at Nancy's. Turkeys! Turkeys! Wild turkeys! I can't believe it. That's just so cool.
Unbelievable. I guess I'm going to put corn out the window all the time now. They were right out here in front at the beginning. And they were in the yard too. Yay. I saw them. I've seen their tracks a few times, but I hadn't seen them except one I think I saw one morning. Didn't I? I filmed it. Took a photo? No, I got the photo off of my film, my video. Oh my goodness. What an experience. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for blessing me with these turkeys, for giving me this happy feeling of having the turkeys come, the success of having baited them with corn and that they came. And thank you so much that they were here first, and so I could see them by this window before they went to the other ones, so I could follow them around and watch them. And also so I could share it with the other people, and it can bring them joy too. Unbelievable. A deer and 4 turkeys in the same day. Thank you so much, Heavenly Father. I'm so blessed. I'm so grateful. Thank you for inspiring me to put the deck all the way around the house. It was such a good use of the money. I'm so grateful to have it. And I'm grateful for all these people that get to watch this stuff with me. And this I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. I hear a tractor, I think. That was so cool. Well, now, did they get up to the top of the hill? I don't see them anymore, so I think they must have gotten to the top. Oh, isn't that amazing? So what have you guys been saying? I gotta check it all out here. All right, the Christmas Stollen is on page 620 of the Joy of Cooking cookbook. Do you have it, Patty? Hi, Lisa. Oh, Lisa. Oh my gosh. Hello, hello, hello. So we just had 4 turkeys here. They came up on the deck. We went upstairs and we dumped corn out the window while the bread is baking. We're making bread today and Christmas stollen at the same time. So the bread has, I don't know, what, 5 more minutes? And then we've got to put the Christmas stollen in. And then after the Christmas stollen is done, we put some sugary lemon juice stuff on top. I know, so special. Those feathers were so beautiful, weren't they? So Regina and Susan are here from Wisconsin. And Lisa, you have been in my life for a long time. In Omaha, Nebraska. I once did an article or a paper on Nebraska when I was in school. Lincoln, Nebraska, had to make a map. Oh, and maybe chocolate chip cookies. Yes, I'll have to get some more energy first. Yes, well, why not? As soon as my back doesn't hurt, and it won't take long. It'll just be a minute. We'll have to go out and feed these turkeys again. Feed them out here. We can feed them everywhere. We'll feed them right here where we can sit and watch them. And I'm glad that they saw me a little bit, because now, you know, they have to have experiences with me not being dangerous to them. Willem learns Spanish online, on the television, on YouTube. There's these conversational Spanish things. It's really good stuff. Yo puedo hablar en español. A veces. Si alguien habla español también. The very first video of yours that I saw was your Sandcastle Labyrinth. Is that right? I remember that one. I still watch it to this day when I need some peace and grounding. That was the day that I went up on the top of the hill, at the end of the road. It's a dead end, so I went up to the top, and there's a big turnaround up there for the trucks, the snow plow and the grader. They have to turn around up there. So I have this big place. It wasn't as big back then, but I drew a sandcastle with a stick, I put up a sign that said Sandcastle Labyrinth because it was going to go away. I think I put a conch shell. It's sort of, my hair is growing fast, yes, except that I've been brushing it and pieces several inches long are falling out. So I think I'm losing a couple of inches in length. It is what it is, right? It's what it's, as Willem would say. Oh, is that you, Willem? It's. Yes, it's. That's what he says. So funny. I can smell it. Usually you smell the bread a little while before it's ready. What did you just say? I have to turn that and see what you just said. Why, Regina? Our DNR always warned my mom for feeding deer or turkeys. DNR, what's a DNR? I thought that was do not resuscitate. Oh, your dear neighbor? Always warned my mom for feeding deer or turkeys. Yeah, so you have to tell us now why. Regina has known me for 12 years. And Susan, I think Susan's been here for 15 years. I think. But it's not a contest. It's really important what you think about, isn't it? I came for the gravel ASMR, but stayed for your beautiful spirit. Have loved watching you and getting a glimpse into your very cool life. Oh, the Department of Natural Resources. Ah, yes, DNR. Here it would be MNR, the Ministry of Natural Resources. Because we're what is it called? Parliamentary and provincial, and so it's ministries. It's a break off from England, right? Like we received our independence from England at some time. So it's a ministry. The Department of Natural Resources warned you against feeding them. Well, if you don't feed them, they may die. They may not die. Depends on what they can find out there and how fast the animals that are chasing them run. We have coyotes here. Maybe wolves. Not really wolves. Well, yes, there was one night Mary was here, and from one side you could hear the coyotes howling, and from the other side you could hear the wolves, and from the other side you could hear the foxes. Foxes will probably come and eat the turkeys, wouldn't they? They love chickens, even in my Minecraft game. They did not warn her. Why did they warn her not to feed them? Well, probably, because they would get tame and then... Okay, bread is ready, Willem.
Excellent. All right. Good. Is ready to eat?
Well, I don't know. It'll have to cool a little bit. And...
Look at that. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. This is done.
So is this something that you can eat too?
No, this is white bread. I had to wear a mask while I made it so I didn't get the flour on my face. So then you knock it on its end to get it out. And then you turn it over and you knock on the bottom. And if it sounds hollow, it's done. Now we aren't going to put it there with the silver. How did I used to do it? I always used to just set it on its side. Oh, and then you take butter. Yes, that's right. You take butter and you put it all over it. Look at that. It just came right out of the pan. I suppose you could put it on a rack, but then you'd have to have a rack. I have a rack. I have those things upstairs. Okay, now these go in. These are the Christmas stollen. How long do they cook for? I have not made white bread in I don't know how many years. Maybe since I was on the farm, which was when I was 17. So this now, this cooks for, let the those rise covered until they are almost double in bulk, about 45 minutes. Preheat to 35. Bake 30 to 40 minutes or until done. And then you dress them with lemon glaze. Okay, so I'll put this in for timer. Put it in for 35 minutes. Well, 40. Okay, and then I'll push start. Okay. All right, now what else do I do? Oh yes, I'm just gonna, usually I take butter and I put butter on the loaves. But I don't have any butter. So I will use coconut oil. And that one's empty. So you take coconut oil, so you take a piece of wax paper. Which of course you've got, right? Doesn't everybody have wax paper?
I'm gonna put some ashes on the
Okay.
Oh, my coat is in a washing machine.
Oh, it's out. No, it's in. Well, you have other coats if it's wet. So you want to push the table over? Okay. So now, so you take some coconut oil. It's solid. And you rub it on. And this will make it very soft. But look at this. Now see how it's got that? And it's because I put too much oil on the pan, and so it didn't stick to itself as well when I needed it. You have to be careful of that. Or maybe you have to put, maybe I should have rolled it in flour after that. Yeah, I used to just take the whole butter and do this with the butter chunk. Boy, this makes me want to eat bread. It's a little brown because I have the molasses in it instead of honey or sugar.
Right. Here.
I suppose if you had melted stuff, you could put melted coconut on it. Yeah, it's softening up already. Okay, I should have put some of this on the stuff in the oven. So I will reach in and do that now. And it's rising while it's in here, you see? Okay. Wasn't as good a job. All right. Well, there we go. We did the bread. Now we have to wait more for the Christmas stollen. But maybe we'll see some other animals in the meantime. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh my gosh. My back is killing me. It's my upper back. But I'll show you how to fix your back. Yeah, rub some butter on if you don't have, that's what you're supposed to do, but we don't have any butter. We're out of all that. I don't eat butter. There goes Willem putting ashes out there to keep it from being too icy. All right, we'll sit down again. And so if you put your arm in a doorway and then move away from it, turn away from it, it will stretch these muscles across the top, which will fix the back. Hi, darling.
Hey. So we got,
Yes,
I've got at least the
I saw the
ramp,
railing.
the ramp,
Yeah, the ramp
cover,
done.
yeah.
I didn't use it. I did put some in one container. I guess that's the one you're using.
Yeah. I'll see what I can do. There might be some left in the extra work.
Oh, we've got to go back up here. Okay. So the Department of Natural Resources, it's like cops involved in wildlife. I think of them as like farmers. They treat the whole country as their farmyard, and they raise deer and everything else. All right. Because it's against the law to feed any large wildlife in Wisconsin. Interesting. She never listened, always took sleds and filled them up all over in her woods. Oh, what a good idea. They call her LMA from the Beverly Hillbillies. Jeepers, Regina, I didn't know that. Well, Ellie Mae Clampett. Yes, this is Regina, Susan, and Rose. And hey, there's a red bird up there. Okay, that bread is perfect, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? It's just against the law. They say they don't want them going into the city looking for food and find it themselves the natural way. Yummy bread. Just look it up on feeding deer or turkeys in Wisconsin. Oops. That will help you to know better than me, lol. Rub some butter on the tops to keep them soft. I have lower back issues, so I feel for you. I do too, Regina said. Susan and Regina have bad back. It's the top that's bad. But we're going to stick it out and wait until this is done, and then we'll make cookies in the next video, I guess. We mustn't do it in this video because then I'll end up stuck with it. Well, wait a minute, I could. Because we still have to wait, and it doesn't take long to make cookies. 10 minutes. We could time it. I wonder if I've got enough eggs and flour left to make cookies. Boy, I'm hot. This is hot in the sun here. What with all my winter stuff on. Putting them on sleds is a good idea. I could get a bale of hay, put it on a sled. Oh, I have straw in the house. Well, that's not the same as hay. They could go inside my grass huts and eat the inside, which is all nicely prepared for them. I wonder if they do that. They can't get in the big one, but they could get in my basketry hut. I gotta feed those turkeys again. That was so fun. Okay, that's that. Now I feel better. So, let's see what we've got here. We've got to wait 30 minutes. And you need to get plugged up because I saw the low battery thing happen. Okay, so now we'll start our cookies. All right, this is our baking day. Boy, is it hot. All right, so that's got 30 more minutes. Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? Look at this bread. Wow. There you go. Oops. I did it. I made bread. Ah, so addicting. Okay, so we'll take off this big heavy thing. What are we hearing out there? Oops. This is a great video. Turkeys and bread and Christmas stollen. You're so lucky you're here. Isn't this just the best? Okay, hi. I
Hi.
love you, Will. May I kiss you?
You may.
I was going to give this to Elida and Scarlett.
Okay.
Did you want some?
I would love some, but I can have some of the stolen, I suppose.
Oh, that too was going to get given away.
Okay, well, I'd like to have something, yeah.
I'll give you. Maybe I'll give them half a loaf each,
Okay,
and then you could have the rest.
that sounds wonderful.
Okay, so cookies. Focus, Nancy. Focus. Okay, so let's get this show on the road. All right, I have lots of eggs. This is the bread bowl. You never wash the bread bowl because it's ready for next time this way. First, don't let the mice in. Okay, so we'll start again. So let's use this bowl. That Nutrifol is awesome, isn't it? So first we start with coconut oil. So I always quadruple the recipe because that's just the way I've always done it. So we start with a pound, 500 milliliters or 2 cups, which is usually a margarine container or something. I'm going to put this in the oven while that's baking and it will melt. Want to look in the oven and see it? I know you do. There it is. Okay. We'll plug you up again. We'll turn you around. Okay, so now I need an apron. Let me just get an apron. Just talk amongst yourselves till I get there. So this is one of my mother's aprons, which I think her sister probably made for her. Okay, Lisa, it was very nice to have you here. I hope you got to see the turkeys, Lisa. Wasn't that cool? Anyway, are you at work? Okay, so this is kind of a neat apron. How does it go on? I think I hope it fits. And then this part comes around again. Don't get your hair in it. And it goes over here. There. Okay, so now we're going to use equal margarine or butter or coconut oil and sugar. You could use a little less sugar. And then molasses, and then 4 eggs, and then 4 cups of flour, maybe 5, maybe 5 and a half. And into the flour you can add, I like to put cinnamon and nutmeg and allspice, or any of that sort of stuff. And just make sure you're plugged in and working properly. Okay, we've got 24 minutes, so we're going to get this done. Let's take this out of the oven now. Now it's partly liquid, so just pour it in. So this is a 4 times the recipe, so it should make about 4 dozen or something, maybe 5 or 6 dozen. Okay, and then we'll use equal sugar. Or not quite as much. And then we'll use molasses. Did I put that back in the cupboard? Which is over here. Thank you, Willem, for doing that. So we don't slip on the driveway, on the ice. Okay, and then we'll put in a big dollop of, oops. Well, at least when I clean the kitchen, it will have really needed it. I don't know how much molasses, That looks good to me. What is that, a 1/4 cup or 1/2 cup or something? Okay, and we can use this. The best way is to do it with the back of the spoon. So you're mixing the sugar and the molasses to make brown sugar. And then you're making, also putting in the coconut oil. You can use stevia if you'd rather. Now if you use a mixer, it will get really fluffy. It really won't matter. You're just adding air, but it'll look nice. How come this is rocking? There. The more you melt it, the easier it is, obviously. Alright, let's let that sit there while we crack open eggs. 1. Two. 3. 4. Okay, 4 eggs. Let's see if we can do it with the beaters. I wonder if I have my beaters anymore. Maybe they're over here in this nice place. No beaters. Well, we'll just go on with this. A whisk would be good too if you have a whisk. "17 minutes. If I had melted it more, it would work better. Okay, we'll add in our eggs. A little chunk of coconut oil still there. I just want you to know you don't have to have a fancy mixer to do it. Okay, and then what are we adding? Shall we make oatmeal, chocolate chip, raisin? Okay, so let's get some raisins. We'll use these little currants. And we can add some chocolate chips. I wonder where they are. This one's my place. Oh, where are the chocolate chips? They may be eaten. All right, we'll make oatmeal raisin. Okay, so let's add some okay, so we'll get some dry ingredients here. So I get my mask again. Where'd that mask go? A moment, please. There it is. Okay, got my mask on. So now we'll get some flour. We'll start with 1 cup of flour or so. And put that in there. And then we'll put in some baking soda. So I want about a teaspoon of baking soda, because this is for the whole thing. And some, oh, I forgot to add vanilla. We're going to add vanilla over here to the batter. You always fill the lid with it. Maybe this is a small lid, we'll fill it twice. All right, and then what's the next part? We got vanilla in there, baking powder, or baking soda, I mean, and a little bit of salt. And then we'll put in some ginger. And some cinnamon. Oops, about a tablespoon or something of cinnamon. So cinnamon and ginger, and garam masala is just the best. Okay. And since there's so much sugar in it, we could add some cocoa. Okay. We'll whisk that up. Where's our whisk? It is in the sink. We got another little one, don't we? Okay. We'll whisk that all together. Okay. I have to add that vanilla into this. Okay, so we'll add this. We already added our eggs, right? So you start with coconut oil or butter or margarine, and then to that you add sugar with molasses, however much molasses you want. It'll make them pretty dark, but it makes your cookies very soft. And then we added 4 eggs, so 2 cups of those things, and then molasses was probably a half a cup or maybe less. And then we added our cinnamon and baking soda and salt. and garam masala and ginger. And then we'll add another cup of flour. I'm thinking about our Christmas stollen in the oven there. Let's check this. It's 8 minutes to go. It looks beautiful. I think I'm going to put some more coconut oil on it. Okay. I'll go back to this. Oh, we were going to put in oatmeal. Okay. So let's get some oatmeal here. This is the instant oatmeal, the very finely, not finely, but you know, it's rolled oats. I think that's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to need more. A little bit more, maybe. Okay, so we'll put a cookie sheet out. We could add a little more oatmeal, I guess. It's pretty wet, so I think I'll add more flour. Oops. This is too big. This is too hard to stir with this great big spoon. I'm still making a live video, Willem. Okay. Get a smaller spoon. Okay, so then put some flour on your fingers if it's going to be, then you can put it on the, oops, need to move back farther away, don't I? Okay.
Okay. Really? I reckon that.
So you really have to kind of know the consistency, the feel of the dough to know how much flour to put in. Like that's really sticky there, so it needs more flour. So see, but then it's getting to be falling apart, so that's getting to be a little too much flour. So I think I need a little more in here now. You have to tell, depends how well it's all mixed together, right? That's too. If it's too sticky, you know, like if it's really sticking to your fingers, then you need to add more flour to it. So there you have it. So that's ready to go in the oven. We have 2 minutes left. Alright, 2 trays ready to go in. Okay, so this is going to be ready in 22 seconds, so I'll turn it off. And we'll bring this up. Okay, so there's the Christmas stone. let's add some stuff to it. Oh, we don't turn the oven off. We leave that on. And we put these in. If you're going to put in more than one tray, you need to straddle them. So leave room around the sides. Okay. Okay, and then I'm going to put some more stuff on here. Okay, there's the Christmas stollen. Now we frost it. We need our cookbook back again. Oh, the back. Hi, William.
May I have some of that bread?
Well, all right. Let's get a thing for it. A knife to cut it with. Where's that knife? It's a bread knife, a special knife.
A special knife.
Excuse me, I can't go in there if you're there. Oh, here it is. Here. Okay. Ta-da! Here we go. First cut of the bread. He's waiting anxiously.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ta-da! There you go, my darling.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, so pull the table back out of the way. Have to turn on the timer for 10 minutes or
Oh, good.
timer.
I guess you need to bring us another tin of coconut oil.
Yeah, I just use, there's a bit, some left in that one up on the top.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, so as the cookies are in, we have to make the lemon stuff for the top of this cake, of these. I have to move things out of the way again. So, put the lid back on this jar, out over there. Put the salt back up here. Put the cocoa back here. Currants back over there. Okay, and these can go to be washed. And so can these here. How is it, Willem?
It's delicious, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so now we have to make our lemon stuff, but you need confectionery sugar. We don't have any confectionery sugar, so we'll make some. So we'll take a cup of sugar. Or something like it. We'll take a cup of sugar. We got a little bit of almond flour in there. Maybe it's not quite a cup. It probably should be a cup. Okay, and then we take some corn So you use about a tablespoon or teaspoon or tablespoon. You add it to the sugar, and you mix it up in the machine. Shake it around a bit. Put it back in. Okay, you take that. I'll have to get my recipe book back. Where did I put it? Which is the one with the recipe in it? Those two didn't have it in it. Where did I put my cookbook? Sit on a chair. Here it is. Indeed, it was on a chair. Okay, so let's check it out. So 620, and it tells you on here to go to page 731 for the lemon glaze. 731. Okay, lemon glaze. Okay, so half a cup of confectionery sugar, 2 teaspoons of hot milk, and a 1/4 teaspoon of vanilla. Well, I'm not going to use milk, I'll use water. So, I guess this is too big. So, let's do it in here. So, a half a cup of, well, we'll probably need more than that. Here it is, lemon glaze. 1 1/4 cups of confectionery sugar, 1/4 cup of lemon, orange, or lime juice, and a teaspoon of vanilla. Okay, so we'll put this in here. Alright, so that's about right. And so now we put in confectionery sugar, lemon juice, and vanilla. So let's get our vanilla back out. And our lemon juice. Vanilla. And lemon juice. So we'll put in a quarter cup of lemon juice or something, but we don't want too much. Quarter cup of lemon juice. But we didn't have quite enough of the other stuff, so let's just do that. And then we'll put it in here. Have to clean this out. Okay, now we'll put this lid on it. And we'll do all that again. Okay, so here's our glaze now. So then, let's get a pan, a pan to put this on. Here. Okay. Okay, so we put this. It's stuck. Uh-oh, it's a little too dark. So it didn't need quite that much time. Okay, and then we okay, and we take the other one. We don't have another pan. Not like that one. I have this one. Oops. Get another spatula. Cookies are ready. We'll let that go on the bottom. So like I said before, you can use stevia if you want, or any other not sugar. Okay. I hear ya, I hear ya. If you have extra of this, you can pour it on the other one. Okay. So there you have it. Christmas stollen and bread and cookies are coming out now. This was the Christmas baking I never did. Oh dear, 10 minutes was just a little too long. Guess these go to Frank. Frank doesn't mind burned cookies. Okay. That's it. I'm done. Turn it off. Turn the timer off. And then unplug you, and we shall go and sit down. I guess I should wash my hands first. So I guess the cookies did not need 10 minutes, probably 8. The Lord told me 8 while I was putting it at 10, but I didn't listen. No. Now I think it's time to go for a walk on this beautiful day. Well, what did you think? I wish I knew how to separate the video into several, but I don't. So it's what it's. All right. I'll take off this apron, which is now well and truly on my arm. Okay. I'll hang it up here. We did it. I'll take those cookies off the tray. Should have done that before I left. I'm so glad, Susan. I'm glad you guys have been here watching this whole thing. So we have to show for that. We have bread. And we have Christmas stollen. And we have cookies, which really aren't burned, but let's see. I should use a wooden thing. So these now, I need to put them on something. What should they go on? They usually go on the table, but the table is not in good shape. They can go on this tray. They actually look very good. Now you see that the edges here are thin. It's because I didn't put enough flour in. But some people like them that way. These will be awesome chewy cookies. Now that was better. See, when I added more flour around it. Now these go in the pie window, right? What? You don't have a pie window? What do you mean they don't make pie windows for houses anymore? So they were a little bit, well, it might be perfect. Maybe it was just too much molasses. Anyway, I would just cook them for 8 minutes. So there's the cookies, oatmeal raisin cookies with little chocolate in them. And some lovely Christmas stollen with lemon glaze and bread. Isn't that awesome? Look what we did. All right, so I think it's time to go put my coat on and go outside. I'll have to check and see if any of you said anything before I hang up, because otherwise I'll never see it. Isn't that great that the battery didn't die either? All right, so what have we got here? Yes, I shall relax now. Ooh, what's going on here? Let's go back. Regina had a visitor. Back now. Okay, so Regina, you have to rewind it so you can see the cookies. You both will have tons to snack on. Oh, I'm not going to keep any of this. Oops. This all is going to be given away. Otherwise, we'll eat it. Willem can have a couple. I'll save a few for him. I'll give some to Scarlett and some to Elida. Maybe some to Ben. Maybe some, the cookies I'll take over to all the neighbors. I'll drop by all the neighbors' houses and the spring isolation cookies again. What else is I sure hope your back feels better very soon. After this, lay down and rest, please. Don't forget to hit the like button. It helps Nancy's channel. Oh, got our yucky guy. Hold on. Remove. That post, that comment chat, that was a link to porn. And so they come on with different names all the time. You have to report them and delete them, but they only use the same name. I don't know. Well, I don't know how long they do the same name. So grateful you figured you knew where they are from. And Argentina is South America too. Welsh. I like your check mark on there. This was an awesome video, Susan says. Susan Ernst says she had a blast. You should relax now, hon. I think I shall. Don't eat too many all in one day. Nope. It was nice that you guys came. I have no idea who was here, but thank you. Thumbs up and subscribe and do the notification button. And there's a way on your channel to make these little pauses, little gaps, and I'll just have to go through it, watch it, and tell what time a certain thing starts, I guess. Oh, wow. That was all the Christmas baking. We did it. Oh, my back. Yes, indeed. Now it's time to go snowshoeing. Yay! That'll get me going. Putting my arms back and forth with the snowshoe poles. You're welcome, Susan. I hope you all had a lovely time. Look at that, it's 10 to 2. This is a long video, 294 minutes. I wonder how many people dropped in. That'll be interesting to see. I'll see it when I turn it off. So, goodbye for now. Comment in the comments if you like. And if you happen to be watching it and see what time I started different things, if you want to put that down in the bottom. Hey, yeah, we saw turkeys too. Oh, that's what language it was in, yes. Yeah, so what did we do today? We started out with bread. Well, we started with a prayer, and then we made bread, and then while the bread was rising, we started Christmas stollen, and then while the Christmas stollen was rising and the bread was baking, we had turkeys come to the deck. We took some corn up and threw it out the upstairs window, and they all came and ate it. That was so cool. 4 turkeys. They were beautiful. And then what else did we do? Then we started cookies. The bread came out, had to cool. The stollen went in the oven. And then we started cookies because we had 30 minutes. And now we're done. Cookies are done. I'll bake the rest later. I won't bake them for so long. 8 minutes is good. Okay, well, you can do this at home. Results may differ. Thank you for being here. It's really nice. See you later.